following the second destination attack that you're switching out of time.
Well, see, praise God. Hallelujah. Sorry, Mike.
All right, good evening, everyone. It is 2 minutes to time, so I'm just doing a quick sound check. If you can hear me, kindly let me know in the chat or give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. If you're having any challenges as well, please indicate in the chat and we'll see how best to help you. Awesome. I'm getting thumbs up already. Thank you very much. All right. So it is 6:30 on the dot from where I sit. And as project managers, what are we if not time adherent? So we have 50 participants on the call this evening, and I am very happy that we are getting such numbers joining exactly on time. I am sure you have seen the flyers, I'm sure you've seen our speaker, and you're all very excited about today's session. So I'm not. Oh, Abdo, you can't hear me. Can you hear me now? I only just started talking.
Hello,
Please let
can
me know.
anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, I can.
I believe I'm audible as well. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, so we are just going to go into today's session. Good evening once again to our lovely audience. Welcome to this very exciting session on career progression through personal branding. My story. I am Manuela. I'm going to be your moderator for today. Now, in our fast-paced, ever-changing, ever-evolving world, personal branding has become more crucial than ever. I remember watching a video where the interviewer asked Rihanna, what does she do when she doesn't feel like herself sometimes? And her response was, fake it till you make it. Now we know Rihanna as a very strong individual with a very strong spirit. You've never seen her weak, you've never seen her broken in any way, shape, or form. Now, that is a brand that is Rihanna. She has built empires aside her mainstream of business, that is the music, and she's one of the richest female hip hop, quote unquote, hip hop artists that we have known. Now, personal branding has become more crucial than ever. What we see is what we are going to judge you on. Now, it's not just about selling yourself or crafting the perfect image anymore. is about being able to communicate who you are, what you stand for, and how your unique experiences contribute to the value you bring to the table. Now, when we say personal branding, people typically think that is just in corporate environments. Not at all. Whether you're climbing the corporate ladder, pivoting into a new field, or even as an entrepreneur, strong personal branding can shape how others see you and how you navigate your career. Now, today we are going to be very privileged to hear stories and insights from our distinguished guest on how he's used personal branding to shape his career. Now, we're going to start with a few house rules, as always, because we are not meeting in person. I'm just going to go over the house rules just so that we are reminded of it. The first one is please be on mute when you're not speaking so that we can minimize the background noise. And house rule already breached. Please, if you're not speaking, kindly put your microphone on mute so that we can avoid disruptions during the presentation. If you would like to ask a question or contribute to the discussion, kindly use the hand raise feature. Depending on how the speaker would like to take the questions, typically we put it at the end of the presentation. He would let us know if he prefers the unmuting, or we'll be posting the questions in the chat. That is more preferable actually, so that we can pick the questions from the chat and ask accordingly. The third rule is please be respectful and courteous. Let's create the respectful and supportive environment we always keep. Please keep your comments and questions professional and relevant to the topic. I know this year is election year, and so some of the webinars we've had, it has a tendency to veer into other questions. Please, let's avoid the controversial ones. Please engage through the chat. Feel free to use the chat box for questions, comments, reactions throughout the session. I promise you we'll monitor it and address your questions during the Q&A segment. Keep it short and simple. Even though we encourage active participation, please keep your contributions brief and to the point so that we can pick every person's contribution. The last but one is please do not record this session without permission. From our end, we are doing the recording, and we'll make this available to members in due time. The last but not least rule of tonight's webinar is please have fun. This is a space to learn, to share, and to network. So please relax, enjoy the presentation, enjoy the discussion, and don't hesitate to share your thoughts. Now, I know you didn't join this session for me. I know this quite well. I know you're here because you saw the flyers that were shared, I believe about 2 weeks ago, and even last week. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our esteemed speaker for today. Now, Mr. Paul Suchmann APENU is the Executive Secretary for Newmont Achim Development Foundation, the Community Development Manager for the Newmont Golden Ridge Limited, Achim. He is responsible for the day-to-day management and leadership of the Newmont Achim Development Foundation and doubles as the Community Development Manager. Paul acquired his first and second degrees in computer science and economics of technology, respectively. He currently holds an executive master's in development policies and practices from Geneva Graduate Institute. Paul is currently pursuing a Doctor of Business Administration in Digital Leadership at Golden Gate University, California. Paul has had the privilege of taking many courses both in Ghana and abroad, including the Harvard University. In the last 18 years, Paul has played various roles in Newmont, including monitoring and evaluation and the management information system. If you are fortunate enough to have him the next time, I believe we'll be calling him Dr. Paul APENU. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't unmute your mics with emojis. Please let's welcome our guest speaker for today, Mr. Paul Suchmann APENU. You're very welcome, sir. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Manuela. Manuela, I really appreciate the kind introduction. I believe that we're going to have an interesting session today, so I will encourage a lot of participation from participants. Let me quickly share the slides. Okay. Please, can you see my slide?
Yes, sir. Very clear.
Yes,
Okay.
we can see.
Yes, we
Great.
can.
Great. So basically, we are going to do some context setting in terms of what we are here to discuss today. Then we'll dive into the VIP or personal branding, which includes your vision statement, your improvement mindset that you need to have, and then how you promote your personal brand for career advancement. Then we'll conclude, which will be a call to action. Chris Drucker posited that your brand is what people say about you when you are not in the room. I believe this will sound familiar to quite a lot of us. So your brand is what people say about you when you are not in the room. So would it be gossiping? Would they be saying positive things about you? Would they be extolling your qualities? Or they'll be extolling negative aspects of you? What do you portray? How do people see you? Now let's see how personal branding could also lead in terms of hiring. Based on a study conducted in US, 85% of hiring professionals indicated that employees' positive online reputation influence hiring decision. So what we post online is very, very critical. So we need to be mindful of seizing that moment to portray positive attributes of ourselves rather than trying to post negative stuff that could go in a long way to hurt us. Then again, an executive survey in US estimated that 44% of their company's market value is attributable to the reputation of their CEOs. So reputation is also about personal branding. How do people perceive you? So when you are CEO of an organization, how you are seen would also affect the company's stock price. From the above, we can establish the nexus or the linkages between personal branding and how it promotes career advancement and business growth. If your brand is how people perceive you and what they say about you when you are not in the room, how can you leverage on personal branding to promote a positive image for career advancement? I recall in the previous presentation, Prince Kofi Amwabeng shared experiences on business startup and growth. He used his experiences to, how he was able to grow his business from start to the point that it got to. Today, we are going to discuss promotion at the workplace as an employee rather than an employer. It is my prayer that you'll be intentional about being VIP for career success. The VIP, I will explain what that means in due course. That is the acronym I'm using for the personal branding attributes that you need as an employee of an organization. Now, we're going to look at vision statement and how we can craft a vision statement. I think it's very, very important that everyone, you cannot live in this world without having any vision at all. You cannot live by the day and be tossed about by the storm, wherever it is. I think it's important that every individual, no matter your age, no matter where you come from, you should have a personal vision statement for yourself. So we'll be looking at how we craft a vision statement. We'll also look at why it is important that as part of your personal brand, why you need a vision statement to guide you. I remember growing up, I had a vision statement for myself. secondary school, I set out a plan for myself, which included my vision and what I wanted to achieve in a couple of years. Now we'll look at some example of a vision statement, and then I will also share my personal experiences in terms of what my vision statement was and how it has catapulted me to where I am today. Now, in crafting a personal vision statement, PVS, these are some things you need to take cognizance of. These are the elements that will inspire you to be able to write your personal vision statement. It will stem from your values, your beliefs, your life experience, your desire to change the status quo, what interests you, what are your passions, what drives you, what are your strengths, what talents do you have, and then your desire to make a difference in this world that we're living in. So basically, we all know what values are. I have been able to craft a value for my family, depending upon the context. We know that there are various aspects of life. We have your work life, you have your social life, you have your religious life, etc., etc. You have your family life and all that. So I crafted some values for my family. Values are basically the principles or standard that guide what you do and how you do it. So I use the acronym of my surname to develop a value for my family. So the values are basically, so in a work environment, you have your plans, you have your goals, you have your objectives to achieve. How are you achieving those objectives? You need some values to drive how you're achieving them. Are you achieving your goals in an ethical manner? Are you achieving your goals in a sustainable manner such that you don't jeopardize the future, etc.? So values are very important in the workplace, and it needs to be imbibed by everybody. Now, the acronym APENU, A stood for accountability, because I had a meeting with my family, and I said, yes, our family needs to stand for something. We can not just live as a family, but we need to stand for something. So what will be our values such that when people see this family, what would they see the family demonstrating or exhibiting? So A was for accountability, and then the P was for prayerfulness, the E for excellence, and then the N for nobility, and then the U is for unity for the family. So I basically demonstrated to you why you need values and how values can drive what you do on your day-to-day basis. Very, very important. You can also look at your life experience to guide how you write your vision statement. How was your background? Are you from a humble background? Are you from a relatively well-to-do background? What experiences have you had in life? All this inform what your personal vision would be like. Then the desire to change. What is your innate desire you have to change, and to change for what? Then what are your interests? What are your passions? What do you like most? What do you like to do? Do you like football? Do you like basketball? Do you like reading? Do you like helping people, etc., etc.? It's very important. Then your strength and your talents. Are you good with project management? Do you have the project management skill? What skill do you have that you think that is your strength that you can leverage on to be a better person in this world, and also to be a better person at the workplace? So all this helps you, and your desire to make a difference helps you to write your vision statement, which I say example of that. Now let's look at a framework for personal leadership branding. So this framework also helps you when you are developing your vision statement. Then you take note of some few elements of leadership. Leaderships are in different levels, and everybody is a leader in his or her own right. And at the corporate environment, leadership is really required. So this is a general framework that can help you to develop your vision statement in terms of what you are seeking to achieve in future. Now, what I'm showing on the screen is what we call the leadership triad. The leadership triad. So you Leadership at the workplace and even everywhere is about performance. It's about how you lead people. It's about how you lead yourself. Now, at the beginning of every year, every organization would have their own goals that they want to achieve for the year. They can have their vision and the mission for the long term, which is broken down or cascaded into goals for every year, goals and objectives for every year. So now, how are you leading your team to be able to deliver on your goals and to achieve the results that are desired? So this is very, very important. So it's a skill that is required. If you are seeking to be a leader or you're a leader in your own right, you need to know how you lead performance. So this is just an idea to make you understand that in leadership, you need to be able to manage performance. So how do you position yourself to be able to lead, to deliver results? We may not be able to go into the full details today. We'll just look at a few examples and we'll move. Leading people. There can be no leader without people. You work in an environment where you work with people. How do you lead them and ensure that they are motivated enough to deliver the results that are required by the organization? So it's more about serving the people, making sure you serve the people. And as you try to serve the people are encouraged and motivated to work and deliver results. How are you meeting the needs of the staff? Realistically, it's not everything that will be can be met based on the expectations of employees, but you need to demonstrate evidence of efforts you are making to make sure the life is better for people. On the other hand, you also need to make sure that those that are low-hanging fruits, those that you are able to deal with, you deal with it as quickly as possible to meet the need of the people for them to start delivering more effectively. Leading yourself. You cannot lead people without leading yourself. Somebody says that the day you finish learning, that is the day you stop leading. So things evolve every now and then. So you need to lead yourself. You need to lead your emotions. You need to lead your thought leadership. And so all these things are very important in helping you to craft your personal vision statement. Now let's look at example of a vision statement. And then I'll also share my few examples of how I crafted my vision statement when I completed secondary school. So we know that vision is basically looking at the bigger picture, the broad picture. If you take the example is the why. If you take the example of Lincoln want to create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. Create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. So obviously, LinkedIn is a platform where people demonstrate, post their personal brand, post their CVs, post their profile to seek job. It's also a platform where jobs are also posted for potential employees to apply. So they are seeking to create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. And how are they doing that? Through their mission. We know that the mission articulates at a high level what the company is doing now to achieve the vision. Example of LinkedIn vision is connect the world's professionals to make them more productive and successful. So you can see the vision is very broad, creating economic opportunity or platform for people to get work. And then in terms of the mission, how they are leveraging on the mission to achieve the vision, they indicated that they want to connect the world's professionals to make them more productive and successful. Now, you need to have your goals as well. You have your vision, you have your mission, you have your goals. Some would have objectives, etc. Now, your goals should be smart. Once you have a broad vision, what are the things that you want to do on an annual basis? Because your vision is long-term and is broad, you need to break it down into goals on a yearly basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, and make it smart because it needs to be measured. And for something to be measured, it needs to have some element of measurability, timeliness. It needs to have a unit of measure, so you'll be able to measure it. Let's look at an example of a goal of linking. They indicated, and especially trying to share an ambitious goal that we, as part of the Microsoft ecosystem, have set to help 25 million people who have become unemployed due to the COVID-19 pandemic and resulting in an economic crisis get the skills they need to land their next job, all for free. So this is a goal they intended to achieve. Now, my personal examples when I completed secondary school, I was doing a lot of thinking. We know that naturally when you finish secondary school, you need to progress to the university, etc., etc. In my case, when I finished secondary school at that young age, I have to write my vision statement. And I'm thankful to God that that has been so helpful to me up to date because it still remains relevant up to date. Now, my vision was basically looking at how can I make myself successful and then also be able to help people and also to be able to impact the world through thought leadership and also financial support. And then that is my intention. So I was craving for big things. Coming from a very humble background, I was craving for very big things. I was looking forward to become somebody very prominent, somebody big in the future. So I had a vision for myself that guided me. Now, the goals that I had under those vision, I'm still following through. One of them was, how do I land a good job and then progress quickly at my workplace? It was one of the goals that I had growing up as a child who had just completed secondary school and all that. I know that I need to go to the university, etc., etc. Then my other goal, I had three main goals. One of them was to be financially stable. The other one was to become a minister or a member of parliament or a president or whatever it may be. I remember in secondary school, I was contesting I was supposed to be the school prefect. Virtually all the classes nominated me. I had an issue with my housemaster, and my housemaster wanted me to take the next highest level position because if I had gone for election as school prefect, I would have won hands down because all the classes nominated me and all that, and I knew that I was in pole position, but it was frustrated by my housemaster who had some issues, and he frustrated me, wanted me to take the next highest position, which I refused. I didn't take that position. But one lady told me and mentioned something to me which has been at the back of my mind up to date. She said, don't worry, you know that you were the one that everybody wanted to be the school prefect. Don't worry. In future, God is even going to give you a bigger position. You could even be the president of Ghana. I didn't take it lightly. I took it seriously all that while. So one disappointment can lead to another opportunity. So I took that seriously. So one of my goals is to become a minister or a member of parliament. I've made some stints in that area. We'll see what the future holds for us. Then the other one is to become a pastor at the long run. That is my long-term goal, to become a pastor, to also minister to the world. So these are my vision and then my goals. I think in relation to the work environment, I am achieving quite a lot, but I've gotten to a point where I need to also improve my personal brand and exhibit more of executive presence so I can move to the next level. Now, let's go to, I've talked about the first V, which is the vision statement. I'm now going to talk about the improvement mindset. And the improvement mindset you need as a personal brand is your executive presence, your emotional intelligence, and then your thought leadership. We'll go into the details of that. Executive presence is basically somebody, so we're having meetings. When somebody gets into a room, you can see that the person has caught everybody's attention. So why do people have those attributes and others do not have it? The reason why some people have executive presence is the gravitas, their communication capabilities, and then their appearance. Now, a study was done by Sylvia and Hewlett. A study was done in the areas of executive presence. And prior to COVID-19 and after COVID-19, she did this longitudinal study to see whether the traits of executive presence have changed. And first of all, she needs to establish what the executive presence are, what the traits are, what are the demonstrable traits. Then in 2012, when she did a study, she realized that for somebody to have gravitas, the person needs to have high level of confidence. Based on the research, 77% of people interviewed indicated that confidence is what is required for you to have that executive presence. This executive presence helps you to advance at your workplace. You can be technically good, you can be technically competent, you can be doing everything, but if you don't have that executive presence, it can affect you. We all know that at workplaces, there are people you see to be doing very well technically, but others progress faster than the others. Why? Because some people have more executive presence than the others. Now, after COVID, during COVID, 22%, when she did a study again, 77% reduced to 76% in terms of confidence level, because that is one of the highest traits that is required. Then decisiveness. How decisive are you? Are you the type that when we want to make decisions, you have to procrastinate, you are not able to understand the issue and take decisive decisions? These are qualities that employers look out for. So post-COVID and during COVID, you can see the difference. Integrity is also required. Now, you can see that integrity has gone down to 60% from 63. So in 2012, it was 63%, but it went down to 60%. But we know that in every organization, ethical leadership is also very, very critical in terms of how you are demonstrating ethical values, how your conflict of interest matters. You are an employer. Do you employ your relatives only without merit? All these things are ethical issues that are very important. But after COVID, you can see that it has gone down. Rather, inclusiveness has really come up. So you can see that a lot of organizations now are introducing the women and allies groups and all that. It's a way of creating that kind of inclusiveness and accepting all shades of people. Then emotional intelligence is very critical as well. Now it is shifting gradually to respect for others or respectful workplace. So at the workplace, we need to respect each other's opinion, etc. Then blue chip pedigree. You need to have blue chip. Blue chip pedigree means your social status, your social class, the caliber of schools you attended, are you from an elite family, etc. All this helps you to improve your traits as to have that executive presence. You can see vision down here. Vision moved from 52 to 61% from 2012 to 2022. I think time is ticking fast, so I need to find ways and means of making this thing quickly. So communication is also very important to be able to have that executive presence. How are you able to communicate to capture the attention of your audience? How are you able to explain policy for people to appreciate and follow you? Based on these studies, you can see that some of the traits include your superior speaking skills, the command of your room, ability to read your audience, joking and bantering manner. Do you introduce joke in your communication and all that? Now it is shifting to authenticity. You need to be yourself. how you use your body language, etc. Appearance is also a trait that is needed to be able to have that executive presence to help improve your brand for promotion. So appearance traits include how polished you look. 2012, it was the same. 2022, it is the same, but it has even increased in 2027. You need to be well groomed. It's very important. You don't have to look taggy at the workplace. You need to look be well groomed. I remember I used to work in my organization, but it was at a different region. Then one manager met me some time ago and indicated that, Paul, I like how you dress. I mean, you are always looking sharp. Sustain it. Sustain it. Don't drop the guard. But then I wasn't operating at a managerial level, even though I was operating as a leader, but it was at lower levels, supervisor levels and all that. But interestingly, when I became a manager, I mean, my leadership moved to the managerial level. I started being casual at the workplace, and possibly it may also have affected my executive presence here and there, but it's something that I'm also looking forward to doing. But the intention basically was to look a bit modest, not to be seen to be dressy. I wasn't overly dressy, but I was appearing always clean and decent and well-dressed and all that. But it got to a point when I became a manager, I toned down on that a little bit, but it may have had its own ramification on me. It's a lesson that we are learning to improve our executive presence. Issues about slimness, how slim you look, it's also a personal trait according to the study. Now, fitness. In 2022, the study is also looking at how fit you are as a leader or as an employee. Fitness is very, very important because without fitness, it affects your mental capabilities and all that. So you need to look trim and fit all the time. Now, I've talked about the second personal brand technique that you need, which has to do with I've talked about the executive presence as one of the traits that you need as a leader. Now, let's go to, I've finished the V part of the personal branding, which is the vision statement. Now we are going to the improvement mindset. We are on improvement mindset, which is the I of the VIP. Now we are looking at emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence includes the ability to engage in sophisticated processing about one's own and others' emotions and ability to use them as a guide in your thinking and behavior. So emotional intelligence is being defined by Goldman as the ability to be able to understand your own emotions and others' emotions and use that understanding to be able to model your behavior and responding to your emotion and others' emotion. There are three models of emotional intelligence. We have the ability model, we have the personality trait, and we also have the mixed model. So what is being recommended is that there are a lot of models all over talking about emotional intelligence, some about personal traits. Personal traits are like self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, etc., etc. The recommendation being given is that emotional intelligence should be based on your ability or your intelligence to be able to understand people's emotion and managing it. That is the crux of what Solvay and Meyer, they are the ones who propounded that theory of emotional intelligence, particularly on the ability model. The other construct, which has to do with personality trait, etc., is also there. The mixed model is also there. But the recommendation is that we need to have an emotional intelligence based on ability. Now, in the workplace, this is also very, very critical. especially as you are climbing. There are people with good skills, good capabilities, but if you don't have the ability to control your emotions, to manage your emotion, to manage your employees, it will be very difficult for you to progress because people will see it to be antagonistic and that your reaction towards issues could break the team. So exercising of emotional control is very, very important at the workplace. It's one skill that I've honed over the years, and it is becoming more complex for me as you progress as a leader because you work with people with all kinds of needs. But the more you progress, the better you should be at your emotional intelligence. Now, the other thing I want to talk about in terms of improving your mindset is developing as a thought leader. So a thought leader is basically somebody who is good at what they do. Are you a project manager? Are you an engineer? Are you a social scientist? What do you do at the workplace? Be the master of your area. Be the go-to person. Be the person that everybody want to seek your views on. Because you become a thought leader if you're able to demonstrate high level of knowledge and competence in your area of work. I am currently, in terms of my personal trajectory and in my thought leadership, I've done many things. I've worked as monitoring and evaluation. I have a very strong skills in that. I've worked in management information as management information systems person. I'm now working as community leader, community development manager, helping to develop the communities that the mind works in and all that. I'm now I have skills in all those areas. I'm now trying to also develop my skills in thought leadership because I believe that in digital leadership, because I believe that in the era that we are in, you need that digital skills to be able to accelerate development. So how do we introduce digital leadership? How do we automate, computerize our system? Now AI is on the radar. A lot of people are using it to get their work done easier and faster. So it is an area that I'm pursuing now. Hence, I'm doing my my doctorate degree in that area, digital leadership. So in developing as a thought leader, you need to be very consistent. You need to be original. You need to create value. The message that you are bringing out, that let people see you to have that value as a thought leader. You need to be consistent in the knowledge that you have. You need to be consistent in the work that you do. You need to keep on improving. You need to be original. These are some other traits of being consistent. I mean, how the quality over quantity in terms of your thought leadership, in terms of how consistent you are in what you do. You need to focus on quality over quantity. For those of you who like posting things online, you need to have a regular schedule in a consistent manner in sharing your information. There are people who are thought leaders in various aspects. So employers can see what you post online, can see what you do online, and they can acknowledge you as this person has this skill, possesses this knowledge, and employers can put you as a result of that. Or even in your workplace, the more they see you to be sharing information that is valuable, people see you that you are a master of that area and all that. Thought leadership in terms of originality. I mean, these days, knowledge is not static. You need to continue to research and then look at how the trend is going, especially in a VUCA world, in a world where there's volatility, there's uncertainty, there's complexity, and there are ambiguities. You need to all the time do your research. And then to be a thought leader, you need to be top of your game. You need to understand what is going on. One of the sources that you can get information broadly in terms of your field of work or your area of special knowledge is you can have the World Economic Forum. They post a lot of things. They are also able to look into the future. If it is AI, what is the next thing that is coming? You need all that. You need to also challenge the norm. You don't have to accept the status quo. You need to think deep. You need to read widely, and then to become a thought leader. So I think I'll have to skip this. In terms of value creation as a thought leader, you also need feedback. You need to encourage people to give you feedback, because as I set myself for this, a doctor friend of mine, I called him to listen in and give me feedback after this presentation, so that areas that I think I can improve on, I'll be able to improve. So as a thought leader, you need feedback. Feedback is a serious gift. It's not a punishment. If you're not getting feedback, go for it and seek for it at the workplace, because there may be blind spot you are not able to see. You need to adapt to changing times as well. Now, the P of the VIP in terms of some of the skills you need or some of your branding skills that you need, you should be able to promote or publish your personal brand. So there's online, people post their things on LinkedIn, people have their own website, what they do, they post it there. People also have professional network they work with, like project management, for example, is a professional group. People meet to interact and they share ideas and all that. So what you say and what you also give out is also part of your brand, for people to see what you are able to do and all that. Networking is also very critical. Now, in conclusion, I must say that life at the top is not easy. As you are climbing the professional ladder, life at the top is not easy. California is one of the greatest business executives in the US at the time. She was working for a company, and then she decided that she took a decision that she was going to merge with Compact so that they can compete with Dell. This is somebody who is one of the best leaders in America, business leaders in America. Unfortunately, the decision she took led to reduction in sales, and she was forced to resign. So leadership, life at the top is not easy, but you need to appreciate that fact. But through continuous learning and adaptation in this changing world, you should be able to live up to expectation. Then you always need to continuously update and implement your personal vision statement and your personal brand. I believe that that is the way to go. Not everyone can be top of their organization, but you can be top of your game. Successful people do things unsuccessful people do. I remember there's a national service person who worked with me. When this lady came, she used to work directly with me. She was always hounding me for work, chasing me here and there. She wanted to do everything. So by virtue of her insistence to do and the curiosity to learn, I also projected her. And when I projected her, I gave her the opportunity. That was because she wanted to do. She was curious. She wanted to follow me to meetings. She wants to do a lot of things. So this person got the opportunity of representing the company on an IFC program in the USA. At that level, as a national service person, she went on a very important assignment that the company needed to be able to solve a certain problem. So successful people will always do things that unsuccessful people won't do. I remember this same person, she came with one other person who was the mate in the university. And the guy said, this lady in their class, every assignment, she will attempt it and try to do it and all that. So I think that it's important that we take note of our personal brand in the areas of our vision statement. In the vision statement, I was able to indicate clearly what you needed to do to be able to craft your vision statement, and why it is important to change your trajectory in life, because you need to stand for something. You need to have a plan, even at the workplace. You need to, if it is your boss's position that you are targeting, you need to plan and then match your skill set against the job and work towards it. You need to build your thought leadership. You need to build your thought leadership to be an expert in your area. And then you have to continuously learn. And I believe that if you continue to follow this process, you'll be able to progress in your career. I have been a living example of being promoted rapidly within a space of 3 years. I was promoted like 4 times, and it didn't come by fluke. It came through hard work. It came through a lot of reading. It came through a lot of identifying what is required and how you can position yourself to do it. It came through how you are able to the decision makers, how you are able to promote yourself before the decision makers to promote you. So it's very, very important that we take cognizance of this. Build your skills, be able to solve problems at the workplace. So it's all about your personal brand. How you carry yourself is very, very important. So I just want to leave this nugget of information with you, and I believe that it will help you in a long way to be a better person. I look forward to seeing you again and seeing your success stories. Thank you so much. So, moderator, on this note, would we take some questions?
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, I had a bit of interruption with regard to power, so I had to do some switchovers. But we are here now. Thank you very much for this session, for the presentation, Mr. APENU. So we currently have one question in the chat, and I'm going to encourage as many questions as possible. Please let them flow in the chat, and then we will pick them and answer them as we go along. So that was a very insightful session. I think I just lost the last minute and a half, but I was following all through, and I have picked my notes as well. I have the first question from AJ Benson. He's asking, please, is there anything as being overdressed for a job or a company's dress culture?
Thank you very much. This is very relative anyway. So in my company currently, we all wear uniforms, so it's standardized. I mean, so you wouldn't see people coming in with different. But I think that there are some dresses which are not appropriate for a certain environment. So let's take, for example, at the workplace. I think you need to appear decent. You need to appear clean all the time. You don't have to expose yourself. So let's assume that you are going to work with a normal T-shirt. A normal T-shirt can indicate every organization and their own policy. I heard that Microsoft, for example, they like to wear jeans and T-shirts because these are tech guys. And I don't know whether the situation has changed anyway, but every organization and its dress culture. But where there's no dress culture, I think that you need to appear decent. You don't have to expose yourself. Don't over accessorize your dressing. I don't know. There are people who feel very comfortable. I mean, being accessorizing their dress and looking flashy. I think you should look very simple, but you can look classy, and I think you'll be good to go. So one, every organization may have their own dress code, so you need to follow that dress code. In my organization, for example, everybody wears uniform, so we follow that. But where you don't have to wear uniform, I think I've indicated what you need to do. Yeah, thank you. Mhm.
Thank you very much for that wonderful response, sir. So before we go and pick the other questions, I actually have one of my own. And because I'm the moderator, you see, I have the ability to override some of the questions that are here and jump the queue. So I want to ask, based on your presentation so far, for some of us, we may want to change the narrative around how people perceive us. Looking at how, up until this point, we have built a particular brand about ourselves, how does one go about changing the perception about oneself and other people's perception about oneself as well? Because we know that usually once people have established in their minds that this is what is associated with you, usually it's very, very difficult for them to change it. So can you please help with how to change the narrative about you?
Yeah, Manuela, that's a very interesting question, and that's a very practical question, and also that is a question that is, I mean, this is something that is really is a real need. Um, I read somewhere some time ago that the higher you go, be ready for all kinds of perception against you and all that. So the higher you go, you hear a lot of people saying all sorts of negative, depending upon the situation, depending on the context. You can hear all kinds of negative things about you, but as you need to be resilient. I mean, once you are doing the right thing and then the good thing, I think that you need to be resilient about it and not relent and continue to do if you are doing something that you think is not right and people have that perception about you. Well, these days people say perception is everything. But could perception be something that somebody has contrived just to undo somebody or just to bring somebody down? So having said that, no matter your level or as you continue to go up, there will be perceptions about you and people will continue to attack you, say all kinds of things about you. It's also very important that we should take note of what we are hearing. If it is something that you are doing right, be resilient and continue doing the right thing. If there's something that you are doing wrong, be modest and magnanimous enough to change and be a better person. Now, how do you cause that change in an environment where there's a certain perception about you? So it's important that I talked about emotional intelligence, the intelligence to be able to understand people's emotions and people's emotion and all that. I think that you should have that ability to be able to identify, even if you don't hear directly from people, what is going around in your organization. How do people perceive you? Some of them you hear, some of them you may not hear. But I think that you can have one-on-one session with your people to be able to share openly. Just ask for feedback. Just ask for feedback. And when you ask for that feedback, people will be able to tell you probably what they have been saying behind you when you are not in the room. When you ask for that feedback, ask it in a very sincere manner, and then people will be able to give you that feedback. So when they give you that feedback, then you acknowledge that, yes, this is what I'm not doing right, so I need to improve upon it. The people will see that this is somebody who is ready to learn, who is ready to change, who is ready to be a better person. So once you take the feedback from them, you need to do something about it. When you do something about it, you see that the narrative will start changing every now and then there'll be there'll be some improvement in terms of the negative impression or impression about you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, bro. That is very helpful. So we have a lot of kudos to you in the chat as well. They really enjoyed your presentation, well researched and articulated, well done. Great presentation coming in from all angles. Thank you so much. So we have a question from Marjorie. And in fact, this question I mean, there was a point where I nearly wanted to go off LinkedIn because at some point you go on LinkedIn and a 16-year-old person has 2 PhDs, 3 MBAs, 4 bachelor degrees, and the person is a director of one thing or another. Marjorie is asking, when it comes to LinkedIn updates, is there a possibility that it can become too much or appear as a show off?
I like the kind of questions that are coming. These are very important questions. I really it resonates very well with me. So I remember I was having a class as part of my doctoral class. Somebody asked a similar question. If you are promoting your personal brand, doesn't it appear to be sometimes you are showing yourself too much? I mean, doesn't it appear that you are blowing your own horn or showing off too much, etc., and all that? So this is something for me. Let me just share some small experience of mine, then I can also come back to the question. So it's related to the question though. So I got to a point where when I became a manager, I I got to a point where I wasn't promoting myself the way I was supposed to promote myself. I mean, how I used to do it, I mean, as I was climbing the corporate ladder, I wasn't promoting myself enough. I remember sometimes my boss would have to tell me, you need to show visibility, you need to be here, you need to be known by this person and all that. I got pretty so much to myself, and unfortunately, it wasn't helpful. It wasn't helpful to me as a person. So it's because of my background, and it's my background basically. I mean, as I go up, I try to be very modest, and that modesty sometimes can cow you into oblivion. So let's establish the difference between modesty and then appropriate and adequate promotion of yourself. So firstly, you need to identify your audience. So if, for example, you are talking about LinkedIn, so LinkedIn, what caliber of people are there? These are people who are professionals, people who are well-learned. These are people who are looking for employers, employees, and all that. So you need to look at, you have identified your audience and established that these are the caliber of people on LinkedIn. They are people who are looking for. So focus your attention on your skill, okay? When you are talking about your achievement, you shouldn't be shy about what you have done. It should be factual. Once it is factual, somebody say fake it until you make it. Maybe it's a subject that we can talk another day. So you don't present what you are not. You need to present what you have achieved and then what you are seeking to achieve. So if you do not want to show off too much, that if you do not want to show off too much, yeah, this is where your stage is now. This is what you know. This is what you're able to do. But you are aspiring to be this person by so and so years. It's acceptable because we talked about crafting your personal vision statement. So if you do not have a plan for the future, I mean, how are you going to progress toward that direction? Let employers see that this person is aspiring to be ABCD. So I think that in answering your question, once you are being factual of your achievements, I don't think there's anything wrong in showcasing it. So you should be able to showcase it without embellishment. Let it be as it is, but you can aspire. You can indicate what your aspirations are as well. I hope I've been helpful with this.
Very, very helpful. I know I didn't ask this question, but I am personalizing it because for some time I was struggling as well between bragging and putting myself out there. I attended a presentation where the lady said she kept a brag sheet, And I thought that was pretty audacious. I mean, to keep a brag sheet. Whenever you ask her, oh, tell me about yourself, then she will roll it out like a scroll and then I'll tell you her qualifications and everything she has done. And I thought, ish. I mean, I hope that one day I'll be able to do that, not to this level of quote and unquote audacity. She said we should have audacity and do it because it's working for some people. But you're absolutely right. It's a fine line between um, overhyping yourself and establishing your brand gently. So thank you very much, sir, for that. So
So
we have a
I think before
sorry,
the
sorry.
next question, let me add a little bit of another experience I had in terms of whether somebody is showing off to me. I have this friend, quite a prominent businessman, well known in the country. When you are having conversation with him, the kind of things he says, if you're not careful, you think he's bragging. But this is somebody who has achieved A, B, C, D. So you who haven't achieved much and your life experiences and your background is pretty humble, you probably would think that the person is bragging. But once it is factual and it is also aspirational, it's enough. Thank you.
That is 100%, sir. Thank you very much for that. So Dennis, I hope we this presentation is not what is making you want to change your career. But Dennis is asking what your advice will be for someone trying to switch careers to project management and not knowing where to start from after certification.
In life, everything we do is about project management too. I mean, everything you do, even working from your house to the office is project management. So once you have that skill, I think it's very important. Every organization will need somebody with project management skill. Every organization. So I think that with somebody like you, who has just acquired that skill, I think that you need to improve upon your networking. And then, first of all, you should also try and develop your thought leadership, as I mentioned earlier. You need to develop your thought leader. You need to be a master of the project management. You need to be a master of it as a thought leader. And then during your networking sessions with network in your professional group and all that, you need to demonstrate your knowledge of the project management and what you are able to do. And then you should try, even if you do not have any experience in managing a project at all, I think that let's, as a way of building ourselves up, improving our CV to be noticed, we can take a volunteering project work to undertake, and then how you exhibited the project management concept and skills, techniques, will be demonstrated in your CV. You can also show it on your LinkedIn page and all that for people to notice what you are doing. Thank you. I hope I haven't missed your question. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. So we have a testimonial and a question attaching the testimonial. So Abdulaziz says, Mr. Paul APENU is the reason a lot of young people are well educated in our community. I am a living example of his goal number 2. So thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Such a wonderful presentation by Mr. Paul APENU. Can you please share your opinion on how to maintain a balance between career progression and our education growth? Most times we are in conflict in changing careers which require different education and skill set.
Yes, I'm really liking the kind of questions that are coming. I'm even learning from them. I mean, these are very, very, very useful questions. So I think if you look at our country, basically, you can see there's a lot of clamor for a TVET education. I mean, because the thinking is that some of the courses and programs that we learn in the universities may not be relevant, or it doesn't equip us enough to be productive and all that. So I think that one of the things that is really coming up, particularly in the Western countries, is cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, is becoming the order of the day. It doesn't mean it is everything anyway. It doesn't mean it should be everything. But I think that in making a determination of your career choice, I mean, we'll still go back to the personal branding. We'll still go to your thought leadership. So what is your passion? What is your passion? What is your interest? Because you need to be a thought leader. A thought leader is a master of his area. I just want to give this general response to the question, and then I also talk about the trend. I mean, the trend, the global trend of employment now, and where the future lies and all that. I think I've talked about it already, which has to do with cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, IT related, because everything we do, we need an element of that in our work to be able to increase productivity and all that. But to come back to the general, I think that we may all not have to be rushing to an area and it becomes a bit concentrated. I think you can identify what your passion is, what your interest in, and what you think you can learn easily and be better and be a master of it. Because if you become better and a master of your area of your career, you can get improvement. But here is the case that you have certain skills, but there's no job availability. There's no job availability for you. So what do you do as somebody who's looking at changing career, who's looking at job opportunities and all that? What do you do? It's a question that we all struggle to respond to in relation to how you match your skill to the job market. But like I tell you, I mean, one of the advices I want to give is that we are in a world where things are evolving very, very fast. I mean, we are as our geopolitical area, we are lagging in terms of knowledge and information. So in terms of where to position ourselves to progress in our career, we struggle a little bit with that. Whilst some people are able to think so many years ahead and position themselves for that opportunity. Like recently, I was telling my son that, look, I intend to establish a company in this particular area. So I need you from now to start taking this seriously. It is in IT, IT. So I need you to start taking it seriously because he's creative, he's able to do website at his age and all that. So I was encouraging him that you could do more and better. So take it seriously. And when I started telling him that, he started becoming very serious and he's focusing on his sciences. I'm not saying other subjects are not very important and all that. But once again, generally, people are being encouraged to do STEM-related programs. I mean, the science, the technology, the engineering, and then the mathematics. Data science is also coming up strongly. If your math is good, I also recommend data science for you because data science is also another that is coming up strongly because people need information to make decisions. So if you're able to crunch numbers, if you're able to analyze the data, I mean, based on recently, somebody mentioned to me that they were using um, um, so they were using artificial intelligence for project management. So in this case, what they said they were doing is that they have a gamut of data, and then they are using artificial intelligence to be able to model the data and give you the information based on the parameters that you have set for it. So you are not all the time now. So it's like you go to a dashboard, and every information that you want, the AI is able to extract that information from the multitude of data. So data science is an area we'll also encourage you to go into. Project management is broad. I mean, is cut across everything you do. So it's also a good start for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So before we take the next question, I just have two very short announcements to make. So number one, your PDUs. As usual, Manuela has shared the link in the chat. Please fill the form to be assigned your PDUs. Please do not forget, at the end of the session, we will start working on the PDU upload. So please, please, please don't forget. Pick the link. It has been shared multiple times in the chat and fill the form so that your PDUs can be assigned to you. Now, if you can see my screen, I'm attempting to share my screen now. Please let me know if you can see it. We have our chapter meeting coming up, and the topic is on accelerating project success, learnings from a distinguished veteran military leader and corporate strategist. The speaker is Dr. Victor Abbey. And as we always do it every month, is going to be at Alisa Hotel on the 27th of September. Please do well to register, whether you're a member or a non-member. Even as a student member, please do not miss out on our monthly chapter meetings. Manuela will put the registration link as well for this in the chat so that if you have missed it in our communications, you can just as easily pick it from here. Thank you very much. Now, as we go on, the questions keep coming in. This one, I'm going to speak into the future and say, Doc, at this rate, we might have to get you for another session because people, I believe, really, really enjoy this session. So the questions and then the comments just keep flowing. So we have another question. In fact, we have a couple of comments indicating how good and how great the presentation was. We have a comment from Ikuya saying, great presentation, Paul. Well enjoyed. Hope we all learn and brand ourselves for a brighter future. Another comment from Ajay Benson says, thank you very much, Mr. APENU. I really like how you related the presentation to your personal goals and career progression. Very practical. We have a question from Kojo Dankwa. He's asking, how do you separate your personal brand from your personal life?
So you see that when we're talking about personal vision statement, we talked about your beliefs, we talked about your values and all that. So all your beliefs, your values have an influence on your personal brand. Or should it be that in one setting you are living, you are being seen as this particular person, and then in another breath you are seen as another person? What is becoming very strong, what is becoming a serious concept is authenticity. Authenticity is being who you are and leverage your strength in your authenticity. So you need to be authentic. You need to be one person everywhere. You don't have to be one person here and another person there. So it is important that you can put yourself together based on what your visions are, what your aspirations are, and then what your goals are. So what you need to do to be able to become who you want to become. So if you do that, it helps shape your personal brand consistently over time. So it's important that you have a strategy. You should be intentional about it. If you think that you are exhibiting a personal life somewhere, and then your personal brand is also this way and all that. These days, people are even finding it difficult to decouple your personal life from your professional life. People are finding it difficult to dissociate, separate it. So it's important that you have a strategy to guide you so that you show your authenticity as who you are, and then you have a plan towards how you want to achieve your vision and all that. So that's what I can say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Paul. I think when it comes to this, I'll come and see you one-on-one for the strategy on the decoupling, because I have been decoupling and it hasn't been decoupling for a while. So I'll come and see you for some tips on how to do that a little more effectively. Thank you. So Regina is asking, before I take your comments, Regina, I had a couple of people in the comments asking that the link be reposted for the PDU and for the chapter meeting. Please, that has been done. If you are unable to attend the chapter meeting in person, please don't fret. It is a hybrid event. So even if you can't make it in person, you can register to be a virtual participant as well. So the links have been reshared in the chat. Please pick it and then do the needful. Thank you. All right, Regina says, great presentation. As a leader, good communication is key, but sometimes I lose my thoughts during meetings. What should I do, or what can I do to improve my communication skills?
In communication we said is a trait of executive presence, right? So it's also very important in the workplace. So one of the techniques that is used in communication is the PALM model. I think I'll talk about, you are talking about sometimes you tend to lose concentration and all that. But let me share some few framework that you can use in communication. So we have this PALM framework, which is the purpose. So you need to have your purpose, you need to know your audience, and then you need to have your message. So if you are going for, you need to always prepare. You are going for a meeting, you'll be called upon to do A, B, C, D. So you need to have this PALM framework handy. So what is the purpose of the meeting? What are you expected to say or do? What is the purpose? Then who are the audience? Who are you going to meet? The audience levels are you going to meet your peers? Are you going to meet your superiors, etc.? So you need to know your audience, then you structure your message. Your message should have the logos, the ethos, and then the pathos. So the logos basically is the logic of your message. How logical is your message that you are giving? Because when you are speaking or you are communicating, people want to establish the logic of your message. So it is important that you plan ahead so that you don't lose. You can even write your key messages down, but your key messages should follow a certain logic. That is the logos. And then the ethos, your message needs to have credibility. So when you are at meeting or anywhere and all that, you can demonstrate, you can show statistics. You can show statistics to buttress your point. You can also use quotes to buttress your point, and that demonstrates that you are exhibiting the ethos. It gives credibility to your message. And then the pathos is showing your emotions, using your personal stories, etc. as you are. It resonates quite well with people. People want to hear your personal story in a situation like this. How did you navigate? Even if it's not your personal stories, you can use other people's stories. So You use the PAM framework, the purpose, the audience, and then the message. In the message, that is where you need the ethos, the logos, and then the pathos, which I have explained. So plan it ahead and write it down so you don't lose your thought when you are going for a meeting. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you very much, sir. All right. So also we are mindful of time. So at this juncture, I won't be taking any more questions. Before I wrap up, I'll read a few comments and then take the last note from Paul. So we have very wonderful comments here. Fantastic presentation, Paul. Paul, so much insights garnered from your presentation. Okay, this one is asking that we reshare the link. Thank for the wonderful presentation, Paul. You never disappoint. Indeed, this has been very insightful. We have another one that says, so spot on with all your responses. Very helpful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. APENU. Do you have any final words before we wrap up today's session?
Yeah, I just want to thank PMI for the opportunity. I just want to thank the audience, particularly for the insightful questions that they asked. I mean, my responses is also a learning for myself. So I think I really appreciate. One thing I would want you to do is, if you do not have a vision statement as an individual, please write it down. I mean, before you realize, you'll be taking them away one by one. Write it down and internalize it. I think that once you write it down and you are following through, it helps you, it gives your life a purpose, it gives your life a direction. So I look forward to meeting some of you, and then I'll be hearing that, oh, based on the few nuggets of information that you shared, it has helped me to become this, to become that. I look forward to that. That is my prayer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. So we have come to the end of today's session, and what an insightful session it was. We've had the opportunity to hear some very incredible stories and practical tips on how personal branding can truly impact one's career progression. I mean, I have my key takeaways. I'm going to put together a mission and vision statement that I'm going to live by. I hope you leave today with a renewed sense of how your personal brand can not only shape your career, but also open doors to new opportunities. Now, before we wrap up, on behalf of the PMI Ghana chapter leadership and members, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to you, Mr. Paul APENU, for sharing your valuable experiences. And I want to thank you all, lovely audience, for being so engaged and so interactive. Please remember, personal branding is not a one-time thing. It's an ongoing journey. As the environment change, as the climate change, as things change, you change with it. So personal branding is an ongoing journey. It's not something you set and then forget, but rather something you refine as you grow and evolve in your career and personal life. So I'm going to give us all an assignment. I know it is not supposed to be a classroom session, but as a next step, I'm going to encourage us all. Reflect on what your personal brand is. Ask yourself, what do I want to be known for? And what steps can I take today to strengthen that brand? Now, let's continue this conversation beyond the sessions. We have our WhatsApp pages. Please, if there's something that you missed, if there's a question you want to ask, please let's engage on there. Feel free to connect with one another. And of course, let's stay connected with each other. Thank you all so much once again, and have a great rest of your day. I have been Manuela, your moderator for today's session. Thank you.
Thank you.